Okay. Or Twitch soundtrack could stop working. Twitch soundtrack being the thing that plays music. Hello, everybody. This is loud. Hold on. Testing, testing. Okay, that's better. Is it better? No. Timeout. Exit. Open back up. Hello, Outernet. Vol, thank you for being here. Even before the stream started, there used to be they called themselves the early crew, but I haven't seen too many of them in a while. Because it was like Canada. Stage manager was like he was a big part of the. There we go. The super early crew, the people here before the stream started. Sometimes Count and Captain. I mean, they're still here early sometimes. Vol, Asamiya, who's here right now. Pajama, Kazi, Viva, Gravito, Mark, good evening. I'm gonna try something a little different today. Well, not that different, but different for me. So in true me fashion, I was up for hours last night. I went to sleep at like 7 in the morning. Who wants to guess what I was up so late doing? Or it doesn't have to be the specifics, although if it's the specific thing, that would be hilarious. But what if it's just a general... What do you think might keep me up? It wasn't something good. TikTok? Oh, actually, you know what? I have to give you credit for that. I have to give you credit. I forgot I spent way too much time on TikTok. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. I think it's a great app. It gets a lot of shit because young kids use it. But I think it's actually, if nothing else, it's different. Like it is different than other platforms. The duet and stitch function are, I think, are really smart ideas. So yes, Viva gets a prize. What's that prize? Thumbs up. A thumbs up with a nail that I broke. Which is part of why I was up a little late. We joined again recently. Yeah, it's... I get the whole, not wanting to be on certain apps and deal with certain social media stuff. I probably wouldn't be on anything if I wasn't streaming. Also, Mark, thank you for the subscription with Prime Gaming. Prime Gaming. And thank you for being here and helping support the stream. Here's what I was spending the majority of my time last night doing until I almost just I was like, my eyes are just fading. Count, that's actually a really good point to make, because that was my first impression. It was lip syncing and just like dances that went along. I was like, wow, zero interest. And if that's what it still was, even if even still with like the duet and stitch features, I'd be like, this is lame. But that's more like the culture around it. And I'm glad and also not surprised that culture evolved to include more things, because like, as we can see now, there's way more to do with these functions than, not way more, I did mean it like that. There's way more you can do with these functions than just lip syncing to stuff and dancing. And so people have become way more creative with it, which is like the natural progression of anything, really. Kind of starts at like, I think it's, I mean, some of you guys know I was like very hesitant to join for a couple reasons. And then one was a technological reason. I literally needed a new phone. If I wanted to upload anything or use my phone was from 2014. It stopped like functioning basically. It was automatically offloading apps and stuff. There was just no space on it. It had 16 gigs of space. And about 75%, probably more, was taken up by system data. It's like the bar shows like the percentage of what things, and it's colored, and it was just like almost all gray. And the gray being the system data stuff, the things that you can't, it's not up to you. It's got to be there for the phone to work. I couldn't even do the most recent update because it was gonna, if I wanted to do the most recent update, the system data would take up more than 16 gigs total. My phone couldn't even, it literally wouldn't be able to do it. Even if I deleted every single thing on my phone, every app, everything. Hello, Vera. Dude, Twitch soundtrack stopped again. What's up, Kush? I don't know if I've ever asked. Is that a weed reference? And that's what I think when I think of Kush with a K. Wink. I was gonna say, I was like, you don't have to incriminate yourself. Just curious. Just curious. Yeah, just curious. Yeah, I was curious. Alright. Is this gonna be loud? Hey, Asgard. How's it going? Ooh, Little Metal Gear. Gotcha. Dude, the Metal Gear games are so good. If anyone has the ability to play them, I highly recommend it. I think Metal Gear Solid 2 got a whole ton of crap when it came out because you couldn't play as Snake. Well, for most of the game. This is like still way too loud, I feel like. That game had I swear it had one of the best stories ever. It basically like predicted the future. I'm tired, I need the exercise, awake and home. I feel you. I'm still experimenting with trying to stay on track for exercise and eating right, and then the sleep stuff, and I'm trying to mess around with not mess around, but with a doctor's guidance, a professional's guidance. Experiment with different medications and stuff to see, because something has an effect, but we're not exactly sure what the exact, what's exactly going on. Madly multitasking, go for it. Also, hola Fer. So Metal Gear is more in the realm of reality. Like there's like a sort of surrealist nature to it. But the actual story, I mean, I can do this without giving the story away. Hell, we could probably play through the game in its entirety and still not give the story away. What I mean is like there's just a lot to take in. At least for me. It took me I played through the game a million times. I got all the dog tags on every difficulty, all this stuff. Now, granted, after the first few times, I just skipped all the cutscenes, but I went back recently, and I went through all the Metal Gear Solid games. I just watched playthroughs where they would do the gameplay quickly and efficiently, but make sure all the codec calls, so the conversations between the characters over their, and all the cutscenes and everything was there. And dude, Kojima's a madman. Hideo Kojima, the person that directed it, because it's all about information and control of information. And what, it came out, I was in high school, right? So it was like very early 2000s, and it was talking about how information on the internet in this time, it's like somewhat in the future, in the sense of like how technology has advanced, not necessarily like, not the actual technology itself, but how it's used. So yes, technology is advanced, but we can see through social media and stuff like that, and just how much the internet and things on the internet, like, you know, like social media, even things on TV and the radio, are like on YouTube, and people have accounts on these things, and they're being controlled. You know, there's hearings for Facebook and Twitter, congressional hearings talking about the control of information and stuff, and like that's what this game was about. And it was about how like the whole control, the whole way this group was going to control everyone behind the scenes was through controlling the flow of digital information. And this is when there were no smartphones or anything, and there was literally no YouTube, or was Twitter even around? There was no Facebook, no YouTube, no smartphones. When was Twitter? Twitter? Okay, this was before Twitter. So this is before all these platforms, and Hideo Kojima's like, the way to control people and like exercise control is through controlling digital information. And it's like, dude, you are mad. He's talking about memes, like before they're really memes. It's talking about controlling speech in different ways. It's like, dude, it's just it's like super creepy. Like, I don't know how. I mean, I kind of know how he did it. Hey, Jags, sub if you play River Flows in You. I could, but that's not how this works. Also, it's nice to like say hi and stuff too. Actually, it's probably just best to find someone else on Twitch with a with a piano, if I'm being totally honest. I'm sure there's plenty of people who would be. But yeah, so it's like, so obviously, you know, the person who made this game, directed this game, Omar, thank you. Glad you like the decoration. The decor. So obviously he couldn't see the future, which I guess means that the signs were all there for people to see. And it just took being like, meaning like it was probably a logical progression just based on knowing what technology existed and knowing how humans work. And then just like it's not specific it's not specific to a person. It's not like, oh, if only this person didn't exist, or if this person didn't exist, it wouldn't end up like this. It's more like sort of an indication that, like, yeah, this was always going to happen. I don't know if that makes sense. It makes sense to me, but like, it's a natural evolution of things. And that it doesn't take it didn't take a literal prophet to be like, yeah, this is how it's gonna end up. It's just wild how much it just sounds like he's explaining things almost 20 years in the future. It's a little bizarre, but. And so all that being said, you can still play the game, and I promise you that didn't spoil anything. It spoiled, like, nothing. Maybe Kush can back me, or maybe it did. If it did, honestly, Kush, you can say it, but I honestly feel like it didn't spoil anything about the game. Dude, Kojima's, he's something else. Yeah, the third Metal Gear Solid was probably my favorite. Something about it. They really were island. They really were staring at the sun. Sun gazing. Donc, merci. Hey, Uncle Chris, is there like in like French culture, like how do they address their relatives like that? I've never asked. Cause like Uncle Chris seems weird, but maybe not. It almost reminds me of like Camp Hyaston or something, like calling something like Unger Chris or something. Hemosis, thank you for the raid. Welcome. We're just. I hope you've been well. Yes, welcome back. Thank you for the raid. We were just chatting about some stuff, and basically, long story short, play Metal Gear Solid 2, and basically play all the Metal Gear Solids. You know what's interesting? I played Metal Gear Solid 2 before Metal Gear Solid 1. I had played Metal Gear Solid 1 at a friend's house, but not all the way through because it was on his. I just never bought it, and it was actually really cool playing the first one after the second one. In seeing where the connections were, I was like, "Yo, this is." It's almost like a prequel that comes out after. Tonton. Interesting. How do you distinguish between uncles, relatives? Oh, I never mentioned the thing that I obsessed about for the majority of the time last night. I obsessed about my fingers. And how flat they are. I was watching a guitarist who's like, he's like one of the best in the world, and his fingers are exactly like mine. Now, he seems to have more flexibility, but in terms of the shape and like the taper of the fingertips, his are like mine. And so I was like, how does he get away with this, and what does he do to make up for this difference in shape? What I'm gonna try to do, I don't know if it quite works, but I'm gonna have to. I feel like I have to play with my fingers flatter than I would like to, because they really should be basically at the last joint, like perpendicular to the guitar. But that leaves me with a very, very little surface area to aim for. And it causes the majority of my playing problems. Almost every mistake I make is missing a string this way. And that's opposed to missing the right fret, so moving along this way, missing something with the right hand, not knowing what the right note is, hesitating, not moving fast enough. It's almost always just not aligned like that. So I'm going to try to flatten things out, but then that creates some other problems, but I don't know. I got to do something. Okay, so speaking of France. What am I doing here? Oh, tune. Yeah, speaking of Snake, I've seen you use that emote before. Take care, Kush. So a couple things happened just during that short piece. One, Kush, thank you for the 14-month resub. And enjoy work hard, work smart. May, hello. You popped in a little earlier. BNS, is it easier to play on a narrow electric guitar? Narrower neck? It is for me because of the stretching thing. So if I'm not totally on the tip of this finger, which would be ideal to like not be on the tip like that, I'd be able to stretch over here easier. So I've tried some stuff on this guitar and it's way easier. And I don't have the issue of my fingers. I feel like I don't need the space, the extra space that this string spacing provides. So when I get my next guitar, I would like it to be a shorter scale length this way, and also the strings closer together. I just don't need it. Like I don't need this. It's only getting in the way. My issue is never muting the strings below it. And you may say, well, yeah, because there's extra space. But I mean, like, even on this guitar, I do this a lot off stream, messing around with some stuff. And that's just never an issue. So you're definitely right. Like, I was thinking the same thing. So a couple things. Trying to think of how this name could be split up. So he said, very nice. Some exclamation marks and some less than threes, some hearts. Because it's like Nain the garden, Nay in the garden, something like this. Let me know how to say it. But I'm glad you like the music. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the follow too. Pegaz, what's up? And Fire Foofy, this is Sati. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. Yeah, this one's also Jade. What's up? How have you been, Broers? What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so this is like a pretty good example of like, this is clearly classical music, but it's pretty straightforward. Now like harmonically, not even necessarily harmonically, but like the mode being used isn't very common in pop music, we could say. But you know, there's only 3 sections that just repeat. One of them is slightly altered. The first time it goes, but the second time when you hear that it goes, it just doesn't do a second, like. But besides that, it's just all repeated. And these are simple things. It's another reason why I really don't believe that classical music is complex and pop music is simple. It's just not a good way to break it down. Also, Captain Moonscar, thank you for the 4-month resub. How are you doing? If you hadn't had experience with another guitar, it would be risky. It would definitely be risky, especially with the amount of time and money and, you know, all that stuff that would go into getting a guitar built. But it just literally, everything is easier on this guitar. I don't see why. I'm sick of the tough guy game in life in general. I'm so sick of the tough guy game. I wanted I was a little frustrated looking back. I wanted this guitar to be a shorter scale, but Aaron said he didn't like doing that because he thought shorter scale guitars were just for people who wanted them or just trying to make up for a lack of technique, which was the general thing I was sort of getting for any of my issues. How much narrower is it? Yeah, let's show it. I don't know if this is a good... I don't know if you can... Jeez, I'm trying to avoid that and hitting the... It's considerably narrower. To the point where, what I do sometimes, like I find a difficult passage. So this one comes up all the time. In fact, it comes up at the end of every stream. This one is it wider than an electric guitar? I don't know if it is. This way. I'm not talking about this way, but modify. I mean, actually, technically, you probably could. You could just change the string spacing on the nut. So on this guitar, just change the string spacing here. There's no grooves down here, so like, I guess technically you could. But I've been told a lot of times that these things are like, you know, you just need to get better, is essentially the response. And sometimes that's true, especially when someone's starting out. But it turns out a lot of these things, that was not the answer. And so 650 millimeters is the standard string length for a classical guitar, like this one. But now more and more, just in the past 15 years or so, it's people are changing and all sorts of people are getting smaller scale guitars. I played Sergio Assad's guitar, and he had a 640 scale guitar built for him. And I don't know if anyone wants to say that he doesn't have good technique or something, or is trying to make up for it. It's just like, it just seems totally unnecessary. And I don't know how much of it was based on Segovia's anatomy, being a big guy with humongous hands, to have the standard built around someone who's not standard, or at least have that be an influence, is like probably not a good idea. It's the same thing with guitar supports. Everyone was using, just when I started 15 years ago, everyone was using footstools, very few attached guitar supports, and it was sort of like, you know, suck it up or something. It's like, all right, all your spines are horrible, so you should, or you could just add this thing that really has no downside to it. I don't like. So I'm not a big fan of it. And then again, the finger and like hand issues, like you just got to get good. It's like, well, it turns out that's not actually addressing the real problem. If it's still applied to many models, yeah, it's just classical guitar. It's like it's probably just not good. What's kind of strange is that the guitars used to be smaller, and then they got bigger in the late 19th century. I wouldn't say that. So it's tough to even be like the classical guitar world, and I don't mean that in the sense that like there are different people within the world, because there are different people within that group, but there's different aspects of being snobby. Snobbiness can take the form of like how you generally live your life and hold yourself. Are you sort of like, I do not curse and I speak properly, and those who do not are beneath me. I never end my sentences with prepositions, for that is incorrect. To whom are you speaking, my good sir? Like, but there is this idea of, unwilling to, like, being stuck in tradition, or perhaps relying too much on it, is probably a thing. I've never been a fan of that. I've always been a fan of starting with tradition for sure. Keep all the good things and change whatever will make things better. And there's also there can be some snobbiness in terms of like repertoire and stuff. I've talked about that before. Like I'm gonna play a piece that's like everyone loves it. I love it, and it's just like not cool. it's pretty universally enjoyed on this stream. Also, I think we summoned Lord of Chaos with that song. It's their favorite. Sunny, hello, Who Girl Blue. What's up? Thank you for the claps. Also, HQ, I don't know if I said hey, but also hello, and thank you for the claps. This one, so By Candlelight by Andrew York. So it's almost like pop music for guitar in a certain sense. It's like that's the feeling I get. It's very simple. It's almost like cheesy to a certain extent, but like I kind of don't care because I just like it. And so I think for one, I wouldn't want to try to rationalize away my liking of something. And two, even if I did want to do that, I don't know if I'd be able to. I don't know about anyone else. I don't know, convince yourself you don't like something when you really do. I mean, actually, you could do that probably more likely subconsciously than consciously, but we can do all sorts of things. Humans are crazy. But yeah, so like speaking of again this stuff, and Mark says Snowflight by Andrew York is also lovely. It is. And I have that right here. And this is like, man, this is one of the best pieces of music if you're gonna start out playing and you want something that's like really enjoyable to play but pretty simple. This is definitely a good piece. Yeah, that's definitely a high school mentality thing. Like, too many people like this, so I don't. Fight Club used to be my favorite movie, but then everyone liked it. It was their favorite movie, so it's not mine. I actually don't like it at all. It's like, no, you like it? What do you mean? You definitely like it. You literally like it. You said you like. What are you talking about? That piece was called By Candlelight. It was by Andrew York. I'll play two more pieces by Andrew York. Again, pretty simple. This one's super simple. I don't know if you ever put down more than 2 fingers at once. And most of the time, you're only using like 1 finger at a time. And you almost never move out of first position, except when you play this F sharp sometimes, and when you get to the very end of the piece. So for the most part, it's just all happening over here. It's really pretty simple. Yeah, so almost every note was in these first 3 frets. Even when you play this F sharp, it moves out of the first 3 frets, but you're still in the first position, and it doesn't move out of that until you get to this ending thing. And it's actually just supposed to be this with 2 fingers, but I just like adding this lower E here. So, pretty straightforward. Like, it's nice. It's nice. I don't care about the difficulty level. Like, don't get me wrong, though. There's still what time is it? It's almost 4 p.m. I'm on the East Coast, United States. What was the first? That was By Candlelight. Hey, thanks, Zach. Hopefully you continue to enjoy the things here. But I mean, I feel like if you like that, then probably like the rest of the stuff on the stream. At least as far as music is concerned. Sometimes I go off on tangents and do other stuff that's totally unrelated, but. Wait, why is 4 p.m. surprising? What time is it for you? It's probably really late. 12 hours away? Okay, that's what I thought. So here's the third of our Andrew York pieces. This one's called Squares Suspended. And again, these can actually be a little tricky because I feel like I have to ask way more of myself. I feel like I need absolute perfection because they can be quite bare and calm. I feel like mistakes are amplified and imperfections are amplified. As opposed to if I was going like, I don't know, maybe I miss one of the notes or one of them like isn't quite there, right? It's like, you know, how much do you even hear? It's gone. But if you're going, like, oh my god, everything is exposed. B, merci pour le sub. Thank you for the 3-month resub. Asturias, yeah. Now, it doesn't mean when you're playing a piece that's more difficult or just has more notes or is louder or fast or something that you just shouldn't care about, you know, how clean you play it or something like that. Like, you shouldn't care. But it's just not the same level of, like, being exposed. But, okay, so Square Suspended, which is, yeah. So I did that yesterday, memorized for the first time. I've never actually tried to commit it to memory, and it went sort of okay. And today, I went back and forth between the two, and that is like never a good idea, by the way. It's like sort of one of the rules of music performance. You either memorize it and play it by memory, or you don't. It's like pick one. This part, Kazi? Hola, Caltraz. Yeah, this has some like, there's some like really sort of pop stuff in here too. Like this, like, because it indicates that you should do it. It can happen inadvertently through repetition. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. So yesterday I said I hadn't committed it to memory like purposefully. But I was like, I think I've memorized this because as I was reading it, I start to if I'm just this happens a lot with music I do on stream. A lot of these pieces by now I've played for the first time. I had never played before I started streaming. So you see the whole thing like happen on stream. And I start to notice that I just start looking away from the music more, and it's like I think I just know what to play. So it's not the actual committing to memory thing. It's just like, am I going to? It's typically best to go, okay, I'm gonna do this and decide right before you play it that I'm not going to look at the music. Or give yourself like a very specific spot where like I'm gonna look here. It's here on the page. I know physically where it is on the page. Here's what it is. I'm gonna look there and not look elsewhere. But like if you're like, I think I'm gonna do it memorized, but then you start looking at the music and then you don't. It's like it tends to not end up well. I think it's the same thing with like public speaking. If you have notes, it's like, are you gonna read your speech or are you not going to? What metrics do you use to see if your practice is of quality and effective? Good question. So hello, Scotty. And if anyone has anything they would like to say to respond to that in their own experiences, there's a few things. Don't practice things you know, which is going to be really tempting to do, because doing things you know is going to feel good because you can do it, and you're going to avoid the things that you don't know because it doesn't feel good to do, but that's actually the opposite of what you should be doing. You should be working on the things that you're not good at. So don't just play the piece over and over. Yeah, exactly, Chewy, exactly. If I'm really trying to grind out a section of music, both for learning it and for memorization, I give myself a sort of surefire way to do it until you develop the sense. There's a particular sensation you can get. So let me do like this. Let's say I want to learn part of. Okay, so I did this. I went. And I messed up at that part because I was like half reading, half had it memorized. So like my brain didn't know if it should just go by memory, if it should look at the notes. It was all a mess. So what I would do is go, okay, that's the part that needs to be memorized in this situation. I don't really need to practice it. It's not actually difficult. So you pick a chunk that you think is manageable to play properly. And you can decide if it's played properly by going, here's a rule of thumb. Can you play it 5 times in a row with no mistakes? And it's not so much that it's just 5 times in a row, but what's going to happen is like, so if we pick this, so that's 2 measures. Okay, can I do that with no mistakes? And I don't mean like, oh, that was close. It's like, no mistakes. If you make a mistake, you got to reset the counter back to 0. It's for your own good. What should happen, and this is the sensation that I was sort of talking about before, is that you should go from seeing a few notes at once to being able to see, or maybe it's like, it's hard to, it's all like kind of abstract and in the person's mind, but maybe that's all you're aware of right away, but by the time you get to here, new notes sort of pop up in your brain and you're able to move forward. But ideally, you almost get to this point where it's like, when you start here, this first note, you are also seeing the last note at the same time. It's like you start zooming out, and this whole thing, you're aware of everything from here to here. So all of this. All of those things are like simultaneously in your mind. And there will be no hesitation. Like, you'll feel it. That's what the doing something 5 times in a row is. It's typically a good number that for most people will induce that bizarre, if you've never done it before, bizarre sensation of changing the way you, the level at which you're like focused on this. And so you do it 5 times around, you'll feel that you're comfortable with it. Sometimes you'll even start naturally doing little variations or like sort of ornaments or something, changing stuff around because you're so comfortable with it. You can think about it like this. If you ever just like said a word 1,000,000 times or something, if you just had to like repeat a word or a short phrase, after a while, you'll probably start doing variations. We can use the word variation. If anyone comes in when I start, it's going to be very weird. But if you go like variation, 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 you're typically not going to do this. Variation, 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 variation. Okay, so that was like the same speed, same articulation, same pitch, everything like that. But it could be like variation, 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 variation. And you start just like, you start changing. It's easier to change than it is to just stay the same. And so that will kind of happen too. And it could maybe even be like playful or silly at times. Like maybe you do this like, but instead you go like, or something, because that'll like pop into your head. Your brain just gets bored with it. It knows it at that point, and it starts changing it around on purpose. I realized as I said variation, over and over, it sounded very much like very Asian. That's another sort of phenomenon that has nothing to do with this, but, well, nothing to do with practicing, but yeah. If you look at a word or say a word enough times out of context, it's like, yo, hold up, is this word for real? Why does this word look so strange? Hold on, is this really... It's like, fourth? The hell kind of word is that? First, second, third, fourth. It's like, fourth? Like, what? What? Was that word always so bizarre? That's different. But is it as bad as my music teacher said to learn practice something in a variable tempo? No, if you can't do something slow, then you can't do it fast. You may be able to trick yourself into thinking you can do it fast, but you can't. You can't do it with control, and you just can't hear that it's actually not correct. This happens a lot of time with tremolo. So if these are the metronome markings and they increase going like this, it's like, oh yeah, I'm totally in control. Yeah, I'm totally in control. And then maybe you get to this place that's like, it just doesn't feel right. But then if you push it up a bunch, you go like, oh yeah, but I'm better at it like this. It's like, no, you're not. It actually just sounds terrible, but you can't, it's going so fast, you can't hear that it sounds really bad. You've lost control. Now you're just doing this. You're actually doing a different motion. You just can't really tell. And we've talked about that with a tremolo before, that you want to have control and evenness and consistency is the key to making it sound smooth. It's not specifically speed that makes it sound smooth. And that control comes from being able to feel and individually control each finger. Now you still want to do it as one gesture, but the gesture doesn't mean your hand like flops around like this. It just means you don't go like, I'm going to move this finger, then I'm going to move this finger, then I'm going to move that one, then that one, then that one, then that. But you can still do that if you wanted to. Maybe a sign of that is being able to accent any finger you want. So I'm purposefully making one of them louder, and that's this finger, which should like typically not be accented. One E and a, one E and a. Or maybe the middle finger. So it purposely sounds kind of uneven in terms of like articulation and volume and stuff, but that's on purpose to accent this. Same thing with the index finger. Typically it's your thumb that's going to be louder. But I could do... That was my index finger. 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and dun. But that comes from being able to do all of them evenly and not having this gap of like where it's just not even. Kind of count. That's the whole thing. You can go like, and it's like, oh yeah, I played it. It's like, you actually didn't. You just didn't hear that you didn't play it because it was so fast. You weren't able to distinguish. You weren't able to actually realize where the mistakes were. Without nails, it certainly is. What I always tell people, okay, we'll do recuerdos. This piece, I usually play this, and that's when that question will get asked. It gets asked all the time. The person who wrote this, Francisco Tárrega, didn't use nails. He was against nails on your right hand. No, you don't need nails at all for any technique ever. It just changes the tone and volume and some tonal and volume options. We've talked about this a little bit before. I just for me, the guitar, Segovia said, what was it? The quote was like something along the lines of, without a beautiful tone, the charm of the guitar is lost altogether. And he said some extreme things that I don't agree with. Speaking of nails, he said, the one who's not born with the right nails for guitar is better to just give up playing. It's like, okay. Have you ever heard of super glue? What? So, but for me personally, because those are two different types of claims. One is actually like objective, the nail thing. You can be like, no, you can actually, that's literally not true. You don't have to follow that. You can artificially reinforce your nails with no downfall to sound and playability and stuff. But for me personally, if this sound and feeling, even if you're playing a different guitar with a different sound or different strings, there's a particular type of thickness and roundness of sound that comes from nails that are a particular shape, length, smoothness, and all this stuff. It's why I go so crazy over them. And if I was playing stuff and it sounded like this, so that's the sound of flesh, and that's soft. This is my thumb. It's not like I'm using the callus part of these fingers. Like, this is very soft. As counterintuitive as it may seem, when you play with your flesh, the sound is actually brighter. We brought up an EQ in Reaper and looked at the sound, and you can see it. Because a lot of people say that the skin, and Targa said this too, it's like the skin has, when you use the flesh, it's like this warm, rich, human sort of sound, this sort of, I think you got like trapped in the poetry of it, because it's literally not true. Like, you can just look at the sound. The super glue quote came up the other day, and it's a good. So this actually gives you a, not soft in terms of volume, but there are less of the higher overtones when you. So, and you can change that, but there's a particular sound to the initial attack that isn't as bright. There's almost something twangy or tinny or almost metallic. It's hard to describe. For me, it's like each note has this bright flash to it. There's like a spark to each note. And I just can't deal with it. I just don't enjoy it. I'm trying to look over here and see if there's something I can play with that's really jacked up. Let me do this. Okay. I'm a little hesitant, more so because I don't want to scratch the strings, but for the sake of science. So I'm going to thrash up this name. Oh, and it's like scratchy too, so. Because this is the length and shape and everything is going to change this too, the way the string rides along it. Like, you're hearing the string strike You're hearing the nail and the string collide for a moment as it rides. It's like hitting a pothole, but just super small, on a super small level. And it just gives a really nasty sound to my ear. So like, the same thing can start to happen as your strings get old because they're nylon and they start to get little chips and little imperfections worn into them. And it sounds scratchy, it feels nasty, and starts to get brighter in a certain sense. And that initial attack, it gets like really nasty. Oh, recuerdos. Yeah, one masterpiece coming right up. You know why you also need control? Um, you have to work like make sure you can play at different speeds. Is if you want to go like. If you want to control, have a smooth slowing down and speeding up, you're going to have to be able to play at all those speeds and have control over it. And whether that slowdown is linear or, you know, exponential to a certain way, like it still has to be controlled. Sonny, you are very welcome. Thank you for asking. I mean, I would like, if I'm being totally honest, I would like for people to ask questions like that all the time. I enjoy discussing these things. I'm very passionate about these things. I've spent a huge chunk of my life thinking about this stuff and looking into it. And it's another one of those things that I feel like is unique to this stream. Not that there are some other people that do, but again, what we were sort of talking about this in the general Twitch music culture and stuff, where that stuff tends to not be. You tend to not see that very much, and I'm not a fan of that being the case. I was talking to a friend yesterday who was actually also majored in music that I went to school with. I was trying to talk about Twitch, and it was like one of the things it allows you to do is that it's like you don't have to do a concert format. You don't have to just play a piece and go like, the next piece is Recuerdos de la Alhambra, Memories of the Alhambra, the Palace in Granada, Spain. It's written by Francisco Tarrega. It utilizes a tremolo technique that plays a repeated pattern with the upper fingers, while the thumb plays a lower pattern to give the illusion of a sustained note and two voices at once. Like, you don't have, like, okay, I get it. Like, that's like the introduction to record. Like, I get it. We have the capabilities. We have the technology. It's here. We can do more with it. We can do so much more. We can do so much more. So let's do more. Also, who here has been to a classical music concert? Whether it's guitar, some other solo instrument, orchestral stuff, something. Who's sat for over an hour and just sat and listened and not moved or said anything? I know I have. I don't know about you guys. I know I'm not the only one, because for a couple reasons. One, you can see it. People sometimes say stuff where they like, they do these little things to like kind of get attention or something, especially as the person's talking, where I get the sense that they have this urge to communicate with the person and the other people around them, but they can't, because that's just not how that works. Now that can take the form of, some people give into that, and that can like take the form of heckling or trying to do your own joke at a comedy show, for example. The person just can't sit still and be silent. The urge to do something, they're almost too inspired. It's almost like inspiration. They're too inspired. They want to say something funny now, and they're like, but you can't, that's not appropriate there. At least not the way things are set up. But here, that's exactly what, not only can you do that, I feel like you should do that. This is the opportunity where you can say things to other people. You can say it to me, or, you know, whoever's streaming. Like, you can do that. That's what you're supposed to do. Hello, Gaz. Good evening. I said I was gonna do something specific. What was I gonna... Swear. Oh, that's what I was gonna try to do. Boo. Okay, not like that. Ban that. Kick him out of the concert. Where are the bouncers? Get that type delete hooligan out of here. That's right. Type delete's not actually banned. It was just a deleted message. I was gonna, speaking of memorization and stuff, I was gonna try to play Capriccio Arabe from memory, but having never attempted to memorize it. So just through like pure sort of repetition. And there's other things. You can't just repeat a physical thing over and over again. Hey you, tan guy. Salut. So this could turn out poorly, in which case I'll start over and do it with the music. But I want to see how much of this I can pull together the different sections of my brain that process the information. Just play it by memory. I've never tried this before. This is an exclusive. I've never practiced this piece off stream. I played it and worked on it for the first time on stream a while ago, but so let's see what happens. What's up, Torturist? Hello, Auntie Seta. Your brother was in here at the beginning of the stream. I don't know if he's still here. So I gotta double check some stuff. I got for the people who just came in or weren't, you know. I attempted to do that memorized without actually formally ever trying to commit it to memory. Like doing, okay, so this was right, yeah. It was, there was this, it was this thing. So I should think about this as like what it, like this type of thing could help, thinking about the sound, but also just knowing that it's an F major chord in first inversion. So that was that thing. And the second one. Okay, that was right. This I just forgot, but I got it after. Okay, that thing, and then it went boom, 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 boom. Here. Okay, so that was right. That was just going up and. This was up. This was all good. Is that right? Then. Okay, so with the exception of just a couple spots, it ended up being there. So. If I were to do this again. Okay, once I corrected for it, it was fine. So that's not the ideal way. Well, I guess it depends on what your goals are. and what your circumstances are, but it's probably not the best way to learn how to memorize something, but it's one of the ways I've gone about doing it for this specific situation, which is trying to play a lot of music on stream. So instead of going like, if you notice, I didn't do anything 5 times in a row. I tried to change my how I'm thinking about what's happening to help me instead of just relying on muscle memory. Again, like instead of going like, it's like, this is an F major chord in first inversion. I know the melody goes. I've tried to move repetition to just things that are purely physically difficult, where you can't just change the way you think about it. Although sometimes it can be just like a technically difficult thing, and changing the way you think about that can help with it, but you still need to like repeat things. If that makes sense. We're in D. We're gonna go to the Renaissance. For something quite different. One of my favorite composers, John Dowland, English Renaissance lute player and composer. That's what I keep. What's up, Prack? to your nose. Oh, Cactus, what's up, dude? Thank you for the 33-month resub. Prack, are you going to the next GDQ that they have in person? I don't know. I don't think they announced it or anything, but when they do, are you going to that? I am. Whenever it is. Because they announced potential dates for TwitchCon. SGDQ 2022. Yeah, okay, yeah. Hopefully. We can stay with some Renaissance stuff for a couple minutes, I guess. I need to find the other transcription of this. I'm not the biggest fan of it. Hey, this may be offensive. What's up? It's LA Academy. I see you in like I lurk in Cactuses and Guitar Shredder's stream a bunch, but I saw the name change. But I hope you're doing well. Still sounds off. That's right. I like. I can try something I like never do. So hopefully this works out. Oh. I'm not gonna be able to do this at the speed. second. 'Cause let's try it again. This is a suite, so that's the prelude, but there's a jig that goes along with it. I should not go so long without playing those. It's literally been months. So I should not go so long without playing them so that they don't sound like poopy. You know what I actually have here that I never do? Actually, I'm gonna do this so I can play them both at the same time. These pieces are commonly attributed to Bach, but they just aren't. Somewhere here. Wait, but they gotta be in the Baroque section. No, we're in the classical. Nope. Okay, so it's gotta be somewhere over here. 1 second. 1 second. Maybe I could just read some of this stuff too. Here they are. You'll at least recognize the first one right away. I should probably... Alright. Whoever owned this, because I think my cousin, she got it for me, but I think she got it used. And whoever did this played this piece and they numbered every measure, but some of the numbers are like above some of the notes and they look like fingerings. So like the third measure, the 3 is just written right above this E. And so my mind instantly went to play this with the third finger. And I played this C and E like that instead of... I think it's in pen. I think I could just... Oh no, did they do this in pen? Not that it's the biggest deal, but... Yeah, they did it in pen. But it just threw me off guard for a second. Okay. few things that are really nice here. Just and then it goes over to I kept thinking I was in D for some reason. Probably because that's what I was just doing in those pieces before this, but then there's just these falling. Hey, what's up, Edgy? I wonder, I wonder if I can like sort of do something with that. And it's just a Welcome, Gwenzy. Yeah, that was an improvisation based on these two things. Um, and then sorry, however it goes. I did throw something else in there. I tried to combine two specific things at once. Did anybody pick up on it? Also, hey Jason, you came in the middle of that. I tried to find my way over to D minor and go. Yeah. So I tried to use the we did that last stream. That was the Lacrimosa from Mozart's Requiem. It's one of my favorite chord progressions ever. It's just so no, I have super glue on my nails. But that's for the guitar stuff. That has nothing to do with the piano. In fact, it kind of gets, the long nails get in the way. It's this. Rich, thank you for that 47-month resub. Jeez. Louise. I seen that right? We're a month away from 4 years. Which also means my 47-month resub is coming up. Unless I already... No, I did it recently, didn't I? Paul, what's up? I can't remember sometimes. Hope you're doing well, dude. Always nice to see you around here. Also, I gotta message you about something. My 4-year stream anniversary is coming up on December 8th. And so it'd be nice to continue the tradition of the Richard Sage chat. Not sure what else we'll do. There's a whole bunch of clips and stuff to go over, which I think could be fun. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. You know, months ago I had to sift through them to delete anything that had me playing music, essentially. And so you're essentially just left with, like, thousands of clips of just all me being, like, stupid or ridiculous. Don't believe me? Check it out. Maybe it's, like, there or something. Oh, is that it? Mozart's awesome, by the way. I know I talk about, like, Bach all the time, but Mozart's pretty sweet. Then it went, well, okay, that's interesting, Coffee. Also, hello, Coffee. Because, yeah, there's a, you know, Folies de España thing going on. Whoops. And then obviously you have to... But the beginning of that... He's just like, he kind of keeps doing the same... This like same motion. I feel like you could keep that going for a while. So after this, okay, if you're in a minor key, go down a whole step, play a major chord, and have that be, then go up a fourth. If you're in a major key, go down a half step and do, or in a minor key, so go down a whole step. And we can do this. You could just keep that modulation going and land wherever you want. Who said exactly? Dude, patterns doesn't even have to like, because I feel like mathematical can sometimes like take the, not the beauty out of it, but it can make it like, oh, that must be cold and lack, you know, beauty or interest or something. But it's, I mean, it is just patterns, and like, who said humans don't like patterns? And so I used those two patterns going back. I love this. I've talked about this before. This is in. And if I were to do this, actually, it's obviously not real voices, but what if we did this? A 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, A, B, C, D. I do know I do know that piece, Drenite, but I actually already played it earlier today. It was actually the first song I played today, right? Yeah. I wonder if there's any like effects we can do with this. Sometimes things can sound super corny and forced when you're just like, I'll take this classical piece and just do it with some, you know. Oh, this is difficult because there's actually added notes. This isn't just a D. So that makes that not a D minor chord. It might not work, but let me try. Why is it making... Why is that like hissing thing come in sometimes? I want something that's like Munchie, thank you for the raid. Welcome. part of me feels like I'm. Oh, I'd have to do it. I'd have to do it. Oh, you know what I was thinking of? This one's totally over the top. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure either, Coffee. Losing a little focus. I can get back to the guitar. Oh, Miss Cookies, thank you for the host. I should definitely get back to the guitar. I was just losing it a little bit. Also, Coscold, did you resub? I didn't see a notification, but you now have a sub badge next to your name. If you guys don't know Miss Cookies, she does art and also talks about stuff, life, philosophy. Marcos, what's up? Arch Knight, nice to see you. Alright, let me get back to guitar stuff. Now that my hands are freezing from playing guitar and not really moving them much. Speaking of sweet, I'll play some stuff with some sweet sounds. Costco, thank you for the bits. And again, for, I believe, a sub before the... Alright, another sweet song by the same composer. Glad you like the music. Nocturnal, thank you for being here, and thank you for the follow, too. There's a bunch of stuff we haven't done. Maybe we can do a couple video game tunes. It's time to collect a bottle. Enjoy the lurk, guys. I'll try to stay away from the crazy stuff I was playing before so as not to disturb you. Hypnotizing. Thanks, Marcos. That's quite the nice message. Yo, Brian, thank you for the 10-month resub at tier 2 for extra support. How was the work thing on Tuesday? I was in quite a bit of pain By that point, the Novocaine, like by when our lesson would have been, the Novocaine would have worn off. Like, dude, my head hurts so bad. I didn't want to do, oh my God, I didn't want to do anything. It's like the whole right side of my face and head. Yeah, I think so too. It's basically fine now. The thing that actually hurts the most is just opening my mouth. The more I open it, the more it hurts. Great environment. Do I like Luis Bonfa? Wait, why do I know that name? Which I guess means I don't have much of an opinion. Wait, why do I know that name? Adam. Perhaps from New York. Why do I know that name? Who is it? Classical guitar player and vocal. I must. Speaking of classical guitar and vocals, I was actually thinking about doing some singing stuff for a couple of reasons. One, I could have done this off stream, but we'll just see what happens. I changed some audio settings, and I want to see how it works, how it sounds. But don't worry, they'll all be chill.
Je voudrais du soleil vert, des dentelles et des théières, des photos de bord de mer, dans mon jardin d'hiver. Je voudrais de la lumière, comme en Nouvelle-Angleterre. Je veux changer d'atmosphère dans mon jardin d'hiver. Ta robe à fleurs sous la pluie de novembre, mes mains qui courent, je n'en peux plus de t'attendre. Les années passent, qu'il est loin l'âge tendre. Nous ne peuvent nous entendre. Je voudrais du Fred Astaire, revoir en la découverte. Je voudrais toujours te plaire dans mon jardin d'hiver. Je veux déjeuner par terre, comme au long des golfes clairs, t'embrasser les yeux ouverts dans mon jardin d'hiver. Ta robe à fleurs sous la pluie de novembre, mes mains qui courent, je n'en peux plus de t'attendre. Les années passent, qu'il est loin l'âge tendre. Nous ne peuvent nous entendre.
Danza Brasileira. That's why I know his. That's where I know the name from for sure.
Dans mon jardin d'hiver, dans mon jardin d'hiver.
This is also a new one. Is that a classical piece? The reason that works so well, what Coffee suggested, is that's having the classical background is like, that's what I know it from. Okay. Who here gets super hyped for Latin? I hear the ladies are going crazy for it these days.
Veni, veni, Emmanuel, captivum solve Israel, qui gemit in exilio, privatus Dei filio, cauda, cauda, Emmanuel, nascetur pro te Israel. Veni, o Iese virgula, exhaustis tuos ungula, de specu tuos tartari, educe tantro baratri, cauda, cauda, Emmanuel, nascetur pro te Israel. Veni, veni, oriens, solare nos adveniens, noctis de pelle nebulas, dirasque noctis tenebras, cauda, cauda, Emmanuel, nascetur pro te Israel. Veni clavista vidica, regnare cluda celica, faciter tutem superum, et clauda vias inferum, cauda, cauda, Emmanuel, nascetur pro te Israel. Veni, veni, Adonai, qui populo in Sinai, legem dedisti vertice, in majestate gloriae, cauda, cauda, Emmanuel, nascetur pro te Israel.
O come, Emmanuel. In Latin, it's Veni, Veni, Emmanuel. This is what it is in English.
O come, Emmanuel, and ransom captive Israel that mourns in lonely exile here, until the Son of God appear. Rejoice, rejoice, Emmanuel shall come to thee, O Israel.
Hello, Lila. Are you possibly the Lila? Delilah? I'm gonna play this Friday, so maybe I should just do this now. Okay. Oh, 'cause I was gonna do an example. That's why that happened. Hey there, Delilah. Hey there, Delilah. What's it like in New York City? 1,000 miles away. Remember when that song was played every stream? Literally, sometimes up to 3 or 4 times a stream. Jeez. Those are the good old days. Just yesterday morning, they let me know you were gone. Suzanne, the plans they made put an end to you. I walked out on this morning and I wrote down this song. I just can't remember who to send it to. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend, but I always thought that I'd see you again. Won't you look down upon me, Jesus? You've got to help me to make a stand. Just got to see me through another day. My body's aching and my time is at hand, and I won't make it any other way. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've
Seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend, but I always thought that I'd see you again. Been walking my mind to an easy time with my back turned towards the sun. Lord knows when the cold wind blows, it'll turn your head around. There's hours of time on the telephone line to talk about things to come. Sweet dreams and flying machines and pieces on the ground. Well, now I've seen fire and I've seen rain. Seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend, but I always thought that I'd see you somehow one more time again now. Thought I'd see you one more time again. There's just a few things coming my way this time around now. Thought I'd see you, thought I'd see you, fire and rain. Na 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 na. Now I've seen fire and I've seen rain.
You met him? Was there something about his presence that you can I don't know, sort of articulate or something that made you feel that way? I've never met him. That's partly why I'm asking. Excuse me. So thanks for the claps. What are some things we have in humble and gracious aura? That makes sense. Seems like he's both done a lot and been through a lot, so I could see that. Well, I'm gonna stop flipping through stuff and just land here and see what happens. It's not epic. More sad songs coming right up. What was it?
Would you know my name if I saw you in heaven? Would it be the same if I saw you in heaven? I must be strong and carry on, 'cause I know I don't belong here in heaven. Would you know my name if I saw you in heaven? Would it be the same if I saw you in heaven? I'll find my way through night and day, 'cause I know I just can't stay here in heaven. Time can bring you down, time can bend your knees. Time can break your heart, have you begging please, begging please. Beyond the door, there's peace, I'm sure, and I know there'll be no more tears in heaven. Would you know my name if I saw you in heaven? Would it be the same if I saw you in heaven? I must be strong and carry on, 'cause I know I don't belong here in heaven. Thank you for all the clubs. Oh, we haven't done this in a bit. Also, I need to tune this. This is bothering me so much. Thanks, Costco. Thank you for the 200 bits. Yeah, I can see. Whenever I struggle to tune a guitar, it's an indication to me that it's not at pitch. Everything just sounds off. I knew it was so.
Also, if anyone else, speaking of bits and support, if anyone else has the ability to cheer bits or donate or subscribe or give subs or something, it would be greatly appreciated. It would help me out a whole bunch. Schnaf Radio is listener-supported radio, and I rely on support from viewers like you. And what I can tell you is I'm not driving a Ferrari. Oh, dude, Greg, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the massive raid. What's up? Dude, what is going on? We were doing some guitar stuff, and now we've gone into singing mode, which I've been doing less and less of. But we'll keep this going for a bit. Welcome, everybody. If you guys don't know Mr. Greggles, he's a cool dude. We got to hang out at TwitchCon, and he's got one of the craziest stream setups ever. He plays the drums, so you should check him out. Welcome, everybody. My name's Rafi. I go by Schnaf. I mainly do classical guitar and like improvisation stuff. I like talking about nerdy music things, composition theory, physics of sound, whatever. But also I do sing and play piano sometimes, so that's what you're seeing at the moment. Let's try that. I haven't done this in a while, but hopefully you guys like it. Yeah, exactly, life. It's just life. When you try your best, but you don't succeed. When you get what you want, but not what you need. When you feel so tired, but you can't sleep. Stuck in reverse. And the tears come streaming down your face. You lose something you can't replace. When you love someone but it goes to waste. Could it be worse? Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. And I will try to fix you. High up above or down below. When you're too in love to let it go. But if you never try, you'll never know just what you're worth. Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. I will try to fix you. Tears stream down your face when you lose something you cannot replace. Tears stream down your face, and tears stream down your face,
down your face, and lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. I will try to fix you. Thanks for the claps. Welcome to the new people. Thank you for the follows. Greg, thank you again for the raid. And I hope the stream went well. If you're not already following Mr. Greggles, definitely do it. I'm going to go back to the classical stuff just for a second. I'll get back to the singing stuff, but maybe I should do play some Barrios, shall we? So let's to have gone down to.
Excuse me. Thanks, Torturist. Thanks for the claps. Back to some singing stuff. Trying to do some things I haven't done in a little bit. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Karma police, arrest this man. He talks in mouths, he buzzes like a fridge. He's like a detuned radio. Karma police, arrest this girl. Her Hitler hairdo is making me feel ill, and we have crashed her party. This is what you'll get. This is what you'll get. This is what you'll get when you mess with us. Karma police, I'm giving all I can, it's not enough. I'm giving all I can, but we're still on the payroll. This is what you'll get. This is what you'll get. This is what you'll get when you mess with us. For a minute there, I lost myself. I lost myself. For a minute there, I lost myself. I lost myself. For a minute there, I lost myself. I lost myself. For a minute there, I lost myself. I lost myself. for the claps. Oh. How does this one go? Road tripping with my two favorite allies. Fully loaded, we've got snacks and supplies. It's time to leave this town, it's time to steal away. Let's go get lost anywhere in the USA. Let's go get lost, let's go get lost. Blue, you sit so pretty west of the one. Sparkles light with yellow icing, just a mirror for the sun. Just a mirror for the sun. Just a mirror for the sun. These smiling eyes are just a mirror for. So much has come before, those battles lost and won. This life is shining more forever in the sun. Now let us check our heads and let us check the surf. Staying high and dry is more trouble than it's worth in the sun. Just a mirror for the sun. Just a mirror for the sun. These smiling eyes are just a mirror for. In Big Sur we take some time to linger on. We three honky doors got a snake finger on. Now let us drink the stars, it's time to steal away. Let's go get lost right here in the USA. Let's go get lost, let's go get lost. Blue, you sit so pretty west of the one. Sparkles light with yellow icing, just a mirror for the sun. Just a mirror for the sun. Just a mirror for the sun. These smiling eyes are just a mirror for. These smiling eyes are just a mirror for. Your smiling eyes are just a mirror for. Épico. Gracias. There's some other songs that have words. We do this. Are you heading out? Take care, Kirito. This is the first day of my life. I swear I was born right in the doorway. Went out in the rain, suddenly everything changed. They're spreading blankets on the beach. Yours is the first face that I saw. I think I was blind before I met you. I don't know where I am, I don't know where I've been, but I know where I want to go. And so I thought I'd let you know that these things take forever. I especially am slow, but I realized how I need you. I wondered if I could come home. I remember the time you drove all night just to meet me in the morning. I thought it was strange, you said everything changed. You felt as if you just woke up. And you said, this is the first day of my life. I'm glad I didn't die before I met you. Now I don't care, I could go anywhere with you, and I'd probably be happy. So if you want to be with me, these things there's no telling, we'll just have to wait and see. I'd rather be working for a paycheck, waiting to win the lottery. Besides, maybe this time it's different. I mean, I really think you'll like me. There's a bunch of stuff we could do. Like, this isn't the most common song in the world. Time takes a cigarette, puts it in your mouth. You pull on your finger, then another finger, then your cigarette. The wall to wall is calling, it lingers, and then you forget. Oh, 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 you're a rock and roll suicide. You're too old to lose it. You're too old to choose it. And the clock waits so patiently on your song. You walk past the cafe, but you don't eat when you've lived too long. Oh no, 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 you're a rock and roll suicide. Chef brakes are snarling as you stumble across the road. But the day breaks instead, so you hurry home. Don't let the sun blast your shadow. Don't let the milk float ride your mind. You're so natural, religiously unkind. Oh no, love, you're not alone. You're watching yourself, but you're too unfair. You got your head all tangled up, but if I could only make you care. Oh no, love, you're not alone. No matter what or who you've been, no matter where or when you've seen, all the knives seem to lacerate your brain. I've had my share, I'll help you with the pain. You're not alone. Just turn on with me, you're not alone. Let's turn on and be not alone. Give me your hands, you're wonderful. Give me your hands, you're wonderful. Give me your hands. You haven't heard that one, just like that song at all, or here? I don't do it very often. That song always reminds me of where I first heard it. I believe it's Ardo Sari's part from the Sorry video, Flip, right? So I think it starts off.
So it starts out with 1984. Inside this shore of 1984. For those who don't know, my life used to be skateboarding. But then it switches to this. He gets pulled by a scooter or something and does like a big crooked grind at night on this ledge. He does his big backside crooked grind, right? Where is it? Right here. Yeah, oh my god, dude, I haven't seen this in like 15 years or something. It's right. Oh no, is he gonna do a frontside tail slide? That's what it was, yeah.
Time takes a cigarette, puts it in your mouth.
He was one of my favorite skaters, Fakey Flip.
You pull on your finger, then another finger, then your cigarettes. The water wall is calling.
I'll tell you about the old skating days.
Your rock and roll suicide.
Dude, it used to be.
You're too old to
I used to like have these skate videos memorized. It's
too young to
ridiculous.
choose it. And the clock waits
Bam.
patiently on your song.
Back when Bam used to
Walk
skate.
past the
360
cafe,
foot.
but you don't eat when you've lived too long. Oh no,
These are the days.
no, you're rock and roll suicide.
Big frontside flip.
Break the snarling as
No, that was his friend, Ryan Dunn.
you stumble across the road.
Switch frontside flip.
But the day breaks instead, so you hurry home.
Front blind.
Don't let the sun blast your shadow.
Oh, he
Don't
will
let
no
the
slide.
milk road grab your mind. They're so natural,
180.
religiously
Take it over.
unkind. Oh no, love, you're not alone. You're watching yourself, but you're too unfair.
All right. This is not gonna be a skate video watching stream unless shattered his knee. He shook his hand, spiraled downward. After that, it's been 11 years since he lost his battle to opiate addiction. That stuff is tough. I know quite a few people who are in a similar situation. Not specifically with the skating thing. I dodged that bullet. Skating was his life. I feel that, and when you do it, it's one of those things where like it's this shared experience of like it's one of those things where it's like the people who do it tend to be obsessive. You like almost have to be to excel at it. It's just like so much failure, so much experimentation, just so much trying things over and over and over. The majority of the time, you fail more than you succeed. Just in general, you land fewer tricks than you, or sorry, you miss fewer tricks than you land. It's kind of bizarre to think about. Yeah, I was obsessed. We've talked about this a little bit. But I was all I wanted to do was skate. So all I would do, and all my free time, that's all it was, skating. And watching skate videos. I developed a strange ability
as I've displayed on stream before, a strange ability to be able to predict what trick a person is going to do before they even do it. Skating while playing guitar. Well, can't really do that. But also, too old. I can't break my nails. I can't get hurt. My ankle's already messed up. That's why my ankle cracks. It's unfortunate. I don't know when it happened. How did this happen? Feels old, man. But I still keep up with all sorts of. I watch like skate footage every day. There's so much stuff on YouTube. Kids these days. I used to go on message boards for trick tips. You learn trick tips through text, or some like a few photos, and you'd get a stupid VHS and watch it over and over and over again and over again. But now it's just like, dude, there's more skate footage than I can watch in a day. When it used to be everybody was aware of every video that, like, any footage there was, like, everyone knew all of it. You just did, because there wasn't that much. Also, people are so good at skating these days. It's progressed quite a ridiculous amount. Let's do this. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Back stuck, double shove it. Trust me. One thing you could do, you know, what we did one time. We brought up a thing where they actually show you. They show you the names of the tricks after the person does it. So, I was able to be. The people in chat were able to monitor me there, so that I couldn't just make stuff up. It's kind of weird though. I think it just comes from a lot of input, especially at a sort of younger age, like watching a lot of magazines, looking at magazines too. So to be able to like see a single frame midair of a trick and know like exactly what's happening, which seems like you shouldn't be able to tell, but you actually can. You can tell how the board's rotating, how they're rotating, just by like changes in their eyes, their head, their shoulders, their hips, their legs. Dude, how would you even... I don't even need to look for skateboard. I just get stuff recommended. Like, how would you even... 6 hours ago, something new. So all these things, yeah, so many people put stuff on Instagram, and then people make compilations of that Instagram stuff. Okay, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick, but I'm going to be back and do some more music. I'm not sure how much longer. While I'm away, make sure to follow on Twitter and Instagram and TikTok now, and subscribe on YouTube if you already haven't. Also follow here for sure, so you know when the stream is live again, even though I have a schedule and a schedule command, and it counts down to when the stream starts, except for tomorrow, which I'm going to start an hour early. But if you guys could help me on those platforms, it would mean a lot. I need as much visibility as possible, and it comes from people sharing stuff. So, I would like it to just happen on its own, but it just hasn't yet. So, and it's free. There are non-free things. non-free. There are non-free things you can do if you enjoy the stream and aren't already subscribed. That would help out a bunch too. Maybe you have Twitch Prime. Maybe you have Amazon Prime. You can link it to your account for a free sub. Literal free stuff. But yeah, actually that would help a bunch. I'm gonna run. Here's a video of me being stupid. I'll be back. That's right. Help support your streamer.
Coco Melon, I don't even know what that is. I'm afraid your life shall be incomplete. Forever incomplete. Do not worry, my friend, for you do not need this song to be complete. You have all you need right in front of you. If only you were to open your eyes and truly see. Your life is already complete. Okay, maybe we can move back to the guitar stuff for a bit to just chill out and it just, oh god. Actually, you know what would complete my life? Reg Salt? A subscription. What? Oh, nice. It's a good thing it's really simple. It would complete my life. Wait, what side? Pajama Mole. Oh, the like clips and videos and stuff that just popped from the BRB screen. I'll be doing if you like that, December 8th. What day is that? Yeah, it's a Wednesday. I will be streaming and doing a sort of special stream. It'll be my 4-year stream anniversary. And one of the things we can do is look at a bunch of old clips. That and the more popular, the singing stuff. Yeah, I'd like to... I don't dislike, singing stuff. I got like hundreds of songs sitting in front of me. And I've said this before. It was the proportion... ratio of just like singing, and it was just so out of whack. It was so unbalanced. I really didn't, trust me, I'm not I would prefer to not disincentivize people, from like subscribing and donating and stuff. But I had to. So now instead I just have to just like plain old ask, which I also don't like. But yeah, the requests were killing me. Sometimes I'm in other people's streams and it bothers me when people are rude and don't listen. Cause like you can make mistakes and not know what a stream is like or something, or you're like, oh, okay. Man, it's like, ugh. I wish we could find another way to, I wonder if there's another way to, like, monetize something without just doing requests. For Spoopy... Oh, I bet that's, a nightmare. God. Ay. But there's got, like... Because without asking, there's less of a chance of people, following on social media. So, like, it like pops up here all the time, and all this stuff. The command comes up every hour or something in chat and stuff. But it's just you got to ask, and I feel like asking turns people off. Doesn't make me feel good. If I'm being honest, I don't like asking people for stuff. I don't like promoting myself. I don't like talking about myself. So why are you streaming, Schnav? Haha, good question. Because there are other things I like, and it'd be I'm just
hoping and working towards, sort of praying, that I'll be able to get to a place where I don't have to just ask for these things all the time. Twitch meta is that people favor new streamers doing things for the first time. Can you give? I think I know what you mean. Can you give an example, just so I can be sure? Beating Breath of the Wild versus... Oh, so not even like music. So, oh, the very first time. Yeah, it's like, so you reach these milestones. Okay, exact. Yep. All right. Exactly. Yeah. That's just the word. You know, there's that can sort of backfire in some ways. You know, that's what happened. That's what happened a couple years ago when I got partnered. People are like, oh, we want to help you out. I still remember it. Claire came in here, she got partnered, and most of our viewers were shared between the two streams. Like, almost 60% of our viewers, if you look at those Twitch stats, it was like, other viewers, like your viewers, watch this channel. And it was like, between Claire and I, it was shared a bunch. And I remember she came in one time, and people were literally asking me that day, dude, Schnapp, why aren't you partnered? I was like, what kind of question is that? I was like, because not enough people watch me? Like, oh, guys, we're going to help him out. And so then people started watching a bunch. And then he got partnered, and people like, all right, he's all set. And just like, I never saw him again. I was so like, there was this brief moment in time where I felt like things were actually like changing, because as far as I could see, they actually were. There was something very different happening in all sorts of ways. More energy, more viewers, just more of everything. People, it was like, I was like, oh, I remember Claire actually texting me this very specific, she's like, you can finally, she texted me a couple days after. She was like, Rafi, you can finally breathe now. You can finally let go. Like, it's over. It's, you know, like that, a big change has come. And part of me believed it, but then there was a part of me that was like, I don't know if I quite believe it. Because it was very real. It was like undeniable. But then afterwards, people just slowly left. And I'm back sort of below where those things are. Meaning, if I wasn't already partnered, I wouldn't be able to right now. I don't meet partnership requirements and haven't for like years. So yeah, there's that, was the period? No, it wasn't during, it was way before that. Much before that. It was the very beginning of 2019. It was January of 2019. People rallied behind me and they just left. I was like, God damn. So I had to ask myself all these questions and stuff, because it was like, oh, am I just stale? Am I boring? I've asked you guys this stuff before, and you're like, don't say that and stuff. But I'm like, I don't know. What the hell? Like, what the hell? People just leave. Now there's, you know, I don't want to get too much into it. Also, hello Tyrell. But that was, yeah, to Scotty's point, it was very much like, yeah, we do this. And I'm not the only one. That happens with a lot of people. It's like, it's the danger of partner pushes. Exactly, Scotty. Yeah. That's why I always feel stupid sometimes. Like, you know, I'm basically always preaching to the choir about anything, whether it's talking about this stuff. You guys have heard me say this, basically, most of you. You know, asking for support. I'm mainly talking to people who are already supporting me. It's just like, I guess I just, it needs to be, I hope the people who are regulars realize that I'm not talking to them, and that there are people who sometimes it's their first time here right now. So I have to, by the nature of streaming, because people aren't here all the time, streams go on for a long time, people miss stuff, so you have to repeat yourself. And the more you're in a stream, the more you hear repeated stuff. So that's, it's just the only way to, do it. I mean, helpful criticism is good in certain, if it's done in certain ways at certain times. So like typically if someone's not asking for something, it's not good. The issue I've had usually is I ask people about something for help and they don't respond to that question. They like respond to something else. And it's like, yeah, I wasn't asking about that. Or I just don't ask at all and people just say it, and it's just, it almost never ends well. So, like, I could ask this question. Answering the questions they wish you had. Yeah, that's like, so I could ask this. This is like a very straightforward, this is like a, and this is an actual question I should actually ask. Okay, so I do, oh, first, Dane, thank you for the 4-month resub. Post-pandemic resub. Dane, thank you for the 4-month resub with Prime Gaming. Welcome back. How's it going? Here's the question. Ready? Look, it's a very specific question. Let's see if this can, we'll see what happens. This could be interesting. You graduated? Oh, what did you graduate, like, where'd you graduate from? TikTok. Okay, so I made a TikTok account. I've posted a few things. Does anybody have any recommendations on how to package the things that are, there's nothing sort of gimmicky about them? It's just like calm, just like chill music. Maybe it's excerpts from some piano thing. There's no like, it's just music. It's just music. And you can't just post the thing. It's not the best to just go like, to just have music up there. Having some sort of text. To give you an example, I asked Claire about this specifically. I was like, hey, do you have any suggestions? And she was like, you can put something like a moment of peace for your day, or a moment of peace for your For You page, something like that. And that's a way to change it, to let the person know before they even see it. Just tell them like what's going to happen instead of, so that's what I mean. So does anybody have any ways of, you know what, actually I'll bring it up for a second. Follow me on TikTok. Okay, so here's an example of something that, let me take my thing off here. Okay, so you can see how this has a thing. It's not gimmicky, but kind of meaning like, it's not just me playing guitar. I'm blindfolded and it's like, there's a joke to it. The same thing without this text, it's actually different. It's not the same video. People won't react the same way. So it's like, this makes it funny or something, or funnier. It adds some like comedy to it. Just something else. But like, what if that's not the case? What if I'm just playing music? And so this was Claire's suggestion, like a moment of peace for your day. Instead of just looking at this, because like what the hell is this? And this is the music. Oh. So, actual question. Does anybody have any thoughts? Like, and if you don't, that's okay. I don't know, this stuff is like tricky. And I think that's where we get into some problems. Where you may like ask for help and then someone's just like, well, just say something else. But the more specific the question ends up being, the more difficult it is for people to respond. Because it would be like, man, I'm struggling. We need to get like eyes on the stream. I need more support and stuff. And people would just be like, social media. It's like, that's easy to say, but there's no nuance. It's like, it's not actually helpful. So then when you go like, hey, so the difference between going, I need some suggestions or like ideas to help grow the stream versus how can we take relaxing piano music on TikTok and what could be the text used to package it? Like, the level of detail and focus, the difference between between those two questions is so different. That's because those are the things that like really matter. That's like what's really tricky. It's not tricky to make a YouTube account. It's not tricky to upload a video. It's not tricky to make a video. It's like the more you get into the details, and I think that's what people don't really see or notice or think about until they actually try to do it. Realize how many little things go into it, both in terms of work, like actual just like sort of time, effort, work, but then also like concepts and ideas. Which one has more views? Fair, the one that's the blindfolded one. And I'm not surprised, because that's more like, again, it's like more gimmicky. It's more than just the music, it's the fact that I'm doing it blindfolded. So people are like, oh, that's cool. But I doubt it would have had as many views if I just wasn't blindfolded. The music actually would have been better. I would have played it better. So, look at what's trending. It's eye-catchy. Oh, having a blindfold on? Yeah, I mean, there's that too, yeah. Oh, this person's playing music with a blindfold. Yeah, it's for sure. The more you get, the closer you get to just like being in unexpected or what's the word? Just, I don't know, impressive or something. People like that. Look at what's trending. Yeah, I'm trying, like, the thing is, sometimes I see stuff and I can't tell the difference. It could be on YouTube. You know, I played Kakariko Village. There's so many there are other Kakariko Village videos. Some have like, they're the worst quality video, sound, playing. Everything is like, but they'll have like 30,000 views or something. So it's like, what? What? Or I'll look at stuff, you know, someone had a video, it was just snow and music in the background, and it was like, I don't know, like millions of views on TikTok. And I was like, what? This is the same, this is like, it's just like not really different. So does that, that's why I keep asking people, especially more and more, to be like, hey, can you guys like help share this stuff? It would help me out because I can only do so much, and I'm trying. It would really mean a lot in a lot of different ways. I really mean that. Like, you guys can make a huge difference. And so if you already have like, you know, a big audience and stuff, that just ends up feeding back in on itself. So that, you know, XQC can put out a video. He literally just got recommended a video of XQC farting, and it had like 100,000 views in a few hours. It's like a 30-second clip, and it was like, God damn it. What do I mean by true urban? They just... XQC doesn't buy the clicks. For sure. He just has a bajillion, like, viewers in general, followers. Which is why he made over $8 million the past 2 years on Twitch. Exactly, Brian. So it's like, the classical guitar repertoire is like, it's kind of niche. It's not superficially impressive, something like that. So it's like, how can you package that? What can you do? How can you take the same exact thing and just sort of twist it or frame it in a way to get people to look at it differently, to make them interested? So Fair has those ideas. Those are when a classical guitarist loves video games and you play video game music. When a guitarist loves video games, that kind of stuff. So here's the thing, Scotty, because you're definitely right. So what I'm trying to do my best and hold out as long as possible and go slowly walk towards the middle line and make as few compromises as possible at first. Like, make minimal compromises. Because, yeah, you know what I could do? I could just, like, stop playing guitar. Does that make sense? Like, anyone could just go and, like, do some other content. Like, you could... Now, you can't actually do that. You can't actually do that. But what I mean is, you could look at what other people are doing and go, I'm just going to do that. But it's like, is that what you want to do? Is that what you're even good at? Are you going to enjoy that? Or something? Like... Because you know what you could say? You could be like, stop streaming and become, like, an investment banker. Or something like that, right? It's like... Right, it's like... So it's like, okay, what can we do with what we have? I don't mind at all putting some text. I don't feel like I'm giving in and selling out or doing anything like that. If I, again, on this video, it's like, I was kind of, yeah, a moment of peace for your day, whatever. It's like, okay, if that helps or something, like, sure, I'll do that. Yeah, again, if I was going to sell out, I've said this before. This is my thing. It's like, yo, if I was going to sell out, I just wouldn't, if it was just purely about money, then I just wouldn't stream. I would just, like, get a real job. It's like... Oh, hello, sirs. So, right, I'd get a job with a salary. It's like, oh, I'll just go back to school, I'll get a degree in engineering, and I'll become an engineer, and it's like, solid salary, boom, they're done. It's like, that's not the point. This is what happens with any sort of, like, freelance thing or any sort of artistic endeavor. Visual art, music, anything like that. It's just, streaming is its own thing now. Content creation, it's like... Now, I know people, the thing is, I know it's possible. I'm just not sure how it happens to some people. There are some people that, like, They just do enough stuff, and all of a sudden they get traction. And once you get traction, as long as you keep it up, well, it stays. Again, it feeds back in on itself. And I've noticed this on every platform I'm a part of. Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. There aren't enough people seeing the things for more people to see it. Now, it could be like, oh, well, it's just not, like, good enough. You're not doing things that people want. Because if they wanted it, people would see it, and then they'd share it more. And it's like, okay, maybe. Trust me, those ideas definitely pop into my head. If you would like to be a streamer, it's possible, Menubach, but it just wouldn't be easy. It's not easy. For almost everybody, it's not easy. For a huge amount of people, it ends up just not even being possible. So when you forget, yeah, so I think fairs, these that's what I mean by like ways of framing it. That sort of thing to, because what if I could do that? Wow. Hey, what's up, guys? In fact, I'm gonna write some of these down. Definitely. Okay, so and it depends on the platform too. There's selling it to younger audiences, but also getting an older demographic, not old necessarily, but older, and a different demographic seeing it. That's one of the reasons Twitch is so difficult. It's like, this is not typical, sort of doesn't fit the typical Twitch demographic. I feel like the people in this stream, in all sorts of ways, even in terms of like personality. So loud. Yeah, they're busy. They're busy just mindlessly reacting. They're just, and I get it too. I used to be young. I get it. Yes, I'm actually gonna. And you know what happened? Like, remember those couple days where we were like front page? There was like a lot of positive feedback. A lot of people really liked it. In fact, there was very little negativity. And I was doing the exact same thing I do every other day. The only difference was the sheer number of people who were seeing the stream. Nothing changed. Nothing else was different. But the stream was totally different just because there were literally more viewers. It was like, what the hell? So it's like there's gotta be something there too. We went off on tangents. People loved it. They're like, just playing for a while, that was the Folgers theme. I played the Folgers theme for so long, and people kept coming in, and they were like, I was just doing all sorts of stuff. I was live for so long. Barely anyone was asking to request anything. It was just, no one was being, it was like, I know I'm not finishing my sentences, but, and so people responded well to it, but then it's just like the stream didn't get shown to more people. But that's the thing, it's like, I don't know how much I need to like fundamentally like change myself. Now, obviously I can be a better person. I don't know, in a lot of ways. You can always improve things, but I'm hesitant to be like, I just need to not be me. Yeah, I just need to be a different person. then people will like me. Like, I'm not sure that's a good idea. Take off more than, because it just stopped, Asgard. Some people stuck around, but that's what happens. And I mentioned this yesterday. I've been seeing it more and more. I mentioned a couple other streams, is that for whatever reason, in this sort of thing, there's a negative feedback loop to this because of the way browsing pages on Twitch works. The fewer viewers you have, the fewer people see the stream, which means fewer people see it, which means fewer people see the stream, which means fewer people see, like, and the more people who see you, the more visible you are, which means even more people see you, which means even you're more visible, which means even more people see. So, for some reason, that visibility, like the number of just pure views, it's not even like number of followers, subs, or anything. It's just like fewer people are seeing the stream. I have like less chances. I know, I don't know why. But that's a thing. And it's like, oh man. Man. Like, I don't need fewer people seeing the stream. Like, Exactly, Scotty. And I mean, I hesitate to be like, to tell people what they need or deserve or something like that, but I know what you mean. Meaning if you were to try to think about things balancing out, but it is Mike's. And that's always been a thing that everyone knows, and it's nothing specific to me, it's not specific to music, that's just how it is. That's just how it is. And from what I hear from people who have a better understanding of what's going on behind the scenes, is that Twitch doesn't have much of an incentive to change that. So I hear. I don't know. What the hell do I know? I really mean that. I don't know. What the hell do I don't know. This other person said this. Have fun or teach us something different? Both. I'd like you to enjoy yourself. It depends on what I'm doing during the stream. Like right now, I'm not, the goal is to not, we're not talking about music concepts. You know, I'm not trying to lull you to sleep with my voice. So there's a variety of things, and it can make it difficult when you just don't do one thing. But then I thought, it's like, well, if you just do one thing, doesn't that just like get repetitive too? So there seems to be this balance. So the top streamers, the top, these, okay, in terms of viewership, here, you can think about it like this. In terms of viewership, followers, money made, subs, all this stuff, it looks like this. Someone released some data a few weeks ago. Look up Twitch earnings leaderboard. Twitch earnings leaderboard. Twitch earnings leaderboard. You will see how much the top 10,000 earning streamers made in the past 2 years and 2 months. Twitch earnings leaderboard. It's so crazy. I would show you, but I don't know if it's like against TOS to like bring up the website, so I'm not gonna pull it up. But XQC was the top. He's kind of, so Critical Role is a group of people, so it's a little different. But that's right, Nova. That's right. It's against TOS? Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm not going to do. Plus, you guys can just check it in. But
Twitch. Oh, like 24 people. Yeah, there's a bunch of people who's part of it. Who are part of it. XQC is just a single person. It's wild. In the distance between XQC and the person below him. Do I do much of that now? Not as much, and that's part of the another aspect of sort of like negative feedback. I started to feel worse and worse about myself. And the more I was on Twitch and the more I saw other people just like essentially having like the more I saw people achieving my goals, not that they're not their goals too, but seeing people achieve my goals, it started to wear on me more and more. And then newer people were coming in and just sometimes within weeks, sometimes within days, just like zoom by me. It's like just spending all this time. It was like, wow, this is so toxic. What it felt like to me was I don't know, watching being really hungry and waiting in line and just watching people just continuously get food and they're like, this food is so good. Oh my God, this is awesome. This is so good. And then someone else like walks into the store and it's like, you're still waiting on your order. And someone else comes in and is like, yeah, can I get this thing? It's like, yeah, here's your thing. And it's like, oh, this is so good. And then they turn to the other person, isn't that good? Like, try this one. And I'm like, where's my fucking order? What the hell? So, it's different because, and there's some different things, because one, like in that situation, it's like, you have a ticket number. That's it. It's that simple. So, and that's not how any of this works. But in terms of the natural human reaction, that's what the purpose of that analogy is, if that makes sense. It was wearing down on me. So again, whether it's, invented by myself or not. I mean, it's always going to be invented by someone. It's not like a real thing. It's always in your mind. It's just there. It's just man, it's just not good. Just not good. Let me go back. I gotta go back up here for a second. I need to copy Fair's messages for a second. I have a Google Doc where I'm keeping some of this stuff. Copy this too. In your own head. Yeah, and I'm totally aware of that. I'm totally aware of it. It's just the way it is. And it's not fortunately there's no simple way to just change it. Remember when I said a few minutes ago that I don't want to change who I am, but there's a lot of things about me that I need to change and improve? That's one of them. But it's unfortunately not that simple. And after literally years of focused work, it's still just not that simple. For example, what do you mean? So that I guess that would be an example. Like, so things I don't like about myself is that I get very easily negatively affected by things.
So again, if I see someone like doing better than me or something, I end up having really negative thoughts about myself, and they're automatic. They pop up faster. They're instantaneous. And then once it happens, once it starts, takes super long time for it to go away. I want that to, I'd like it to not be that way. It's incredibly difficult because it's like, that's how I've been for so long. Sherry, thank you for the raid. Merci. Et bonsoir. How are you doing? Making some sounds and welcome, keep trading. What's NTF? I feel like it's gonna be really obvious and I'm gonna feel stupid. What's NTF? Welcome everybody. We're just I was playing some NFTs. Okay, that's what I thought you meant. But that's a different thing. So that's like so this is what this is actually sort of a good example of what I mean by like speaking about something really specifically and people just kind of like bring up something else, and I know why you do, but there's nothing wrong with that suggestion or that idea or something, but it's just it just doesn't have to do with this specific thing, so it just kind of gets off track. Another really common one, it's almost the same thing. People be like, what about getting like a part-time job or something? It's like, yeah, but that's it moves away from like, hey, how can we package this stuff? It's like right now I'm like, trying to think about the sort of, I don't know, visibility thing on social media platforms. If that makes sense. So that's that. Yeah, welcome everyone. I've been playing music for almost 5 hours today, so we were just trying to chill. We were just talking about increasing visibility on Twitch and other platforms such as YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. But Sherry, I hope the stream went well though. It's also pretty late for you, right? Not that I don't stay up late, but yeah, so I got, speaking of social media stuff, if you guys want to help out, again, if you follow those places and, share the stuff that gets put out, that at least it certainly doesn't hurt. It certainly doesn't hurt. Certainly does not hurt. Euro Truck Simulator 2? I am not sure I'm familiar. I'm familiar with GeoGuessr, for sure. I've never actually played it. Oh, American Truck Simulator. I think I have heard, okay, I think I have seen that. I think I've seen people do it with like an actual wheel. Somewhat recently. Who needs to practice? But yeah, so I don't know how much more there is to say, unless people have more suggestions about, the specific framing of the chill video stuff. I took down some notes from what you guys said. Take care. Enjoy the food. Thank you again for bringing everybody over. No, it's just not. Let's try this again. Hello, DeMarcus. Hey, thanks, Hatali. Yeah, I mean, I've been playing for a while. It's kind of cold. went too long without moving my fingers. They're pretty stiff now. That's a huge. Even though I know that piece very well. I should probably head out relatively soon. Maybe I'll do these and then find someone to raid. Thanks to Marcus. I hope you've been well since you were last here, though. So yeah, I haven't seen you in Discord either. Thanks, Carmen. And welcome to the stream. Working on bettering yourself, DeMarcus. Yeah, that's kind of what we were talking about right before you came in. I was sort of saying that whether you guys know it or not, I mean, maybe I should just say it. It's actually probably not clear if I haven't just said it. Again, I was talking to Claire about this, and she knows me really better than anyone here, and she wasn't sure, but I used to be a considerably worse version of myself the farther you look back. And that tends to be how people are, kind of in general. But I mean, like, really specifically in the ways that we were talking about earlier. It's impossible for any of you to have seen the change because you weren't there to see the initial thing. So you've only like come partway in the story, and actually quite late into it. You know, I started streaming when I was 30, so I've had all sorts of issues my whole life. So, like, I don't know, like, that may be a good way to think about it. Like, it might not seem like a lot. Maybe it's not a lot or something, but it's perhaps more than one may realize if they're only going based on what they've seen in the stream. If that makes sense. All right, take care, Asgard. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna head out too. That was the last thing. I'm gonna play the ending song and then find someone to raid. I gotta eat some food, but yeah, that's my yeah. That's. I'm trying. All right. Catalan folk song time. Heart time. Fair Vera Pajama, Carmen. I appreciate it. Okay, so a few things again, all the fun stuff. If you haven't already followed here, make sure to me, Sean? Depending on what you mean, it may be a little things may be a little skewed, but Elder God, hello, welcome. Still Dre? No thanks. I'm about to head out anyway, but I'll be back tomorrow. 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So an hour before I normally start. We're going to be streaming as part of a fundraiser to help raise money for Stop AAPI Hate. It shall be me and a few other streamers. And we will do a chain of raids. Each of us playing for about 20 minutes. So at 8 p.m., it'll be 3 hours into the stream for me. We'll get a raid, do some music specifically for that, try to raise some money, and then we will raid someone else. Specifically, Naren Dippity. And sort of go from there. So that's for tomorrow. If you haven't already followed here, make sure to do that to know when the stream goes live. Besides the schedule being there. Also, yeah, Fair just brought up those links. Following in those places would be super helpful to me. So, well, for one, so you know when things get posted, but then, you know, sharing that stuff, checking all that out would be very helpful. Wait, is it this person's birthday? Is it their birthday or they're just making a birthday cake? Someone just said happy birthday. But I can't tell. Someone said merry birthday. So maybe it is their birthday. Okay, we can, let me just see. Unless there's something crazy. Something else crazy here. Then we'll do a birthday raid. But yeah, I know a lot of people aren't in the position to be able to support a stream financially. So, I mean, if you can, that would be great. I would appreciate it. Most of you here, I feel like, are subscribed already and have gifted out some subs and cheered and stuff. But if not, that would help out a lot. And if not, again, something that's free is just being here in the stream, being cool to everyone, saying hi and bye. Even if you're just lurking, that helps too. Just being good people. People like it. They'll just straight up say it. It's nice when someone comes in and someone says hi. Like, Fair is a, you know, for example, like a model citizen when it comes to that. It makes a difference to the individuals who come into the stream and just for the overall vibe. Yeah, I don't want to grow without that being part of it, because it typically doesn't end up well. So, let's see. Yeah, so thank you everybody for being here. This is
this is the second. I was like, didn't we do this? Copy this raid call. It is A Trey's birthday. It looks like she's been around a few times. Pretty sure. And I'm pretty sure it's her birthday. It looks like it. Yeah, everyone's saying happy. Okay, yeah. Yeah, whatever. So we'll go over there, say happy birthday. Gabby recommended the channel. Well, thank you for taking the recommendation and coming by, John. I am about to head out. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, so I really got to go and eat some food and stuff, and I'll be back tomorrow anyway. I'll be back in less than 24 hours, so. I know, the color text was so, oh my god. Twitch, come on. Come on. I can't get into there, but, too many other things where it can't be word. But yeah, if you want stuff outside of the stream, that's what I mean. YouTube, there's a whole ton of stuff, including all the past VODs. TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. Also help me a bunch. Get eyes on the stream. Eyes. As my friend's saying, IRL concerts for guitar, get butts in the seats. We gotta get the butts in the seats. So that's clearly become the thing. All right. I need food. I'm running out of energy. We'll say hey to Trey. Let me do this. Oops. Wait, I did it again. There we go. Every command that's not like a Twitch command, it's like it uses exclamation mark, so it's tempting to do. I literally did that and then went and did it again and did an exclamation mark, but that time I deleted it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, chatters, lurkers, raiders, subbers, cheerers, donators, moderators. Thanks for helping out. I'll see you tomorrow. Let's say hey to Trey. See you later.
I'm getting a beer. Nair, thank you so much. Let's say some Trey cheers in chat, some hype in chat. Nair, gifting out 100 freaking subs to the community.